Okay, how's everyone doing today? My name is AoDLegacy, and we're live. Okay, how's everyone doing today? We are going to be doing some more game artwork, and it's going to be a little bit more it's going to be a tiny bit repetitive in terms of the designs, because essentially it's going to be the same scene, only with different characters, so you really don't have to watch this if you don't want to, but if you do want to learn about my game and about the story behind it, then I would suggest sticking around and asking me questions, because I am willing to answer questions as I am able. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chats below. I will be keeping an eye out on the chat. Alright, I think it's about time we got started. So first off, we're going to make an outfit. Well, we're going to do that, but we're also going to make a new layer. And we're going to put it down there, because that's going to be our actual background, not this one. Don't let it lie to you. So what we're going to do, if everything's working, is we're going to take out that whole section, select done, after we do a quick crop. Because this thing always likes to mess with my images and makes me crop everything a bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with this. And hopefully I won't have to fix any line art this time, because that does get very old very fast. Well, it might. It might help if I actually, select the right layer before I do this. Like that. That might help a little bit. Just might. Alright, so we have our two heroes, and now we're going to have our scene out ahead of them. Let's see, how big is it? Yeah, that should be fine. Well, I goofed up on that one. Let's fix this up as neatly as possible. Okay, and could you be any slower? Jeez. Okay, I think that is our scene established. And we're gonna have like a nice sun out here. But we'll get to that in a second. First off, let's establish the base colors of the scene. Thinking a solid brownish color for this. Oh, I know what I'm looking at. Okay. That got me confused. Then we're gonna want a green color, maybe like this kind of color. For aware that... Oh, no, that's not good, not good. And then we will select invert. That way, our color will not leak into the rest of the image. In theory, at least. So now let's do this. Please don't go up here. That's fine. You do that instead. Totally okay. Alright then. Cool. Not very cool, actually. Kinda sucky. But at least I didn't go into the top part. That's kind of what I wanted. It's just that it goes everywhere else and tries to become a landmass instead of an ocean. Or a tree trunk, for that matter. Kind of problematic when you think about it. Let's quickly draw a kind of line to cut it off from the rest of the image so that it does not continue bleeding out. Now it should be good to copy paste. I guess not. I guess we're doing this the hard way. Of course it would be the hard way. Couldn't just bucket fill it. Oh no. Be a little careful on the top. Reverse music. Something strangely satisfying about it. I think we're gonna want the ocean to be a little bit darker than the sky. Don't you dare come up there. Okay, good. Oh, that's why this line... Wait, this line should exist down there. Weird. Alright, we have our base image set up. Aside from, of course, the characters. We'll get to them in a second. Okay, so I'm going to create a upper layer, but go back to here first. Let's just do this entire part right here. You're forgetting a little bit of it. You're not serious. Really? Really? Come on now. Whatever. Totally bullcrap. There we go. That's all I wanted. Actually, what? I don't need to worry about this. What am I worrying about here? I might want to select this one though. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We're gonna select invert, so it selects everything else, and then we'll do a gradient and see if this works out the way I imagine it to. Is there already a sunset sort of deal here? Surely there would be a sunset. I think this kind of counts toward that. What if I did this? Okay, that kind of worked. Oh crap, I forgot. That won't work. Okay, first off we need to select the tree. Use other part. Okay, first select none. Then we do this, and then this. Maybe this and this. And then we select invert to make it not appear inside the shadow. So in theory, this kind of thing should happen. I guess we're not doing it like that. Delete layer. I was trying to be creative. Well, maybe I can't be creative, just in a different sort of way. Yellow's hottest. Red. Let's see if I do this, what happens. Oh yes. Make that a radical and then work from there. Is there a way to do this? I think this is more what I'm looking for. Alright, that's what I'm looking for. But first, before we actually do the actual effect, I want to set up the cloud covers and so on and so forth. So, what I'm probably going to want to do is maybe make all this lighter and then this darker. So I'll try to make this darker and see how that works. Let's try a mid-tone to try and avoid it getting too unnecessarily dark, I suppose. But the top half needs to be a natural highlight, otherwise it will not work nearly as well. I am liking this so far. I can definitely say that much. Alright, now I think I'm ready, but we're going to do this in the same way I was doing it before. Let's try and do it like about here. Try and merge it in a nice way? Come on, please? No, that actually works fairly well. Only problem is, what do we do with the... don't do that. What we want to do is select invert. And what happens if I do U? Wow. All axis. Let's just use a normal eraser for this one. Select none. Okay, this should be the interesting part. No, get back in there, silly. This is my own doing. Gosh darn it! I can fix it though. I can fix it. If I do this. Right? I have new problems if I do that though. So let's do my basic setup. No, not that one, like this and this. Okay, and then invert, and now we can try to fix this haphazard mess of mine. Select none. We did our job. Well, I did. I should just stop talking. Can we get something like this? Everyone totally believes that, right? 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 Please? Please believe me? Okay. I wonder, is this actually the best technique for actually making water? We'll find out anyway. Right, do this instead of that. Typically works better in your favor. Access. Okay. I'm gonna try and make a kind of wave pattern, maybe? Question mark? I don't know if this will work. What I do know is this needs to be a lot lighter though. So let's try to get it into the light zone if we can. This kind of reminds me of how the world sunsets may actually look like in a sense. I kind of like this concept for the ocean of this world now. Jeez. I wasn't even really wanting it to look like that. Stop it. That always happens. It always happens. It's the worst ever. Like seriously, you do not understand how annoying that kind of crap is. Anyway, I do kind of like almost this fluorescent color to the ocean. because it's not entirely natural, but the world at that point was not in a natural state. It's hard to explain. Yeah, I think this works. Should I try and... I think I want to smudge it the tiniest bit to make it a little bit more realistic. Doesn't have to be perfect, I just want to smooth it out. Because I do a lot of particle-y stuff and I want to blend it for once. I wonder if I should try to... one thing at a time, I guess. And we can always just smudge these to make it look more in line with what we want. I think we're going to use ivy from now on as a kind of grass, I guess, in some cases. We'll have to see how it works. But it does give a kind of... It does give a good floral kind of tone in some cases. I just don't know if it actually works all the time. Well, maybe if it's close up. Let's try it only when it's close up. Okay, hold on. Besides the tooltip, let's remove you from the playlist. Sorry, Battlefield Aquara, but you're kind of annoying in some cases, so I'd rather not annoy people. I think that works. Now we're going to do this. That is not the same color, dude. You are so not in the right mindset. Thank you. Somehow I suspect I may be getting called upon. So keep that in mind. This is peculiar. What is happening? This is weird. Oh. Let me remove those. I keep forgetting to remove those. Remove from the list. I really ought to just remove them entirely. It's so odd. This is so odd right here. Regardless. It is turning out nice though. I am kind of liking this scene. I didn't quite want the same aesthetics for the rest of the I didn't want the same aesthetic all the way around for certain things, because it probably would wreck the image if I did that. Alright, now we're going to go for the leaves. I'm pretty sure most of this is going to be pretty dark. But let's start with mid-tones and work our way toward actually really dark stuff later. I think we want to do a highlight first. Get it like, kind of prepped for the next part of it. And in a mid-tone, so we can get the really light part right about here. Then we can burn further down this way, I think. That is looking like a very nice tree. I'm actually starting to make progress on my trees. I'm astounded. Okay, let's do that real quick, because I'm pretty sure at this point we're good. Hopefully this does not mess with things too much. That is looking pretty good. I'm liking this. Sometimes I'm not the most proud of my scenes, but this here is coming together really nice. I'm appreciating this design pretty well so far. Unfortunately, I wonder if it's going to lose its uniqueness in the process of this particular live stream for a few different reasons, which you'll see eventually. Oh man, I'm really kind of loving this. Well, I am enjoying this image a whole lot. Calm down. Alright, next step before we work on the characters is we're going to work on the grass. Because we gotta have good grass. Feels a tad bit too highlighted. Well, that's okay for now, I guess. We can tweak it. Real fun begins. Now we're actually working on the characters. Unfortunately, it really won't take too long to finish these. So you probably will get sick of them before you know it. No. Don't even try that. I know how you are. Okay, we want an orangish brownish kind of color, and that's what we're going with here. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this is the armor. And again, this should be an interesting experiment to color and shading. Hopefully I'll get it right. And let's first off not make it a vine, because that would be awkward. His hair was made of vines. Okay. Can we get like a lot more than that? Okay, so from my understanding of how shading works, the majority of his hair, wow, really, majority of his hair should be really covered in shadow at this point, because the only sunlight's really coming from front of them, not overhead at this point. It's not midnight or anything. So we want to give the impression that they're in a really dark kind of setting, and we want to make sure it's not daylight. There we go. It's looking good so far. Can you please? Thank you. And at the very tip, we'll give some lighting. Now we'll select the entire red. Let's just have most of the design be shaded that time. Now we're going to work on his armor, which is reflective. So it's going to have a bit of a shine at the tippity top parts. But anywhere the sunlight's not shining, it's going to be particularly dark. Gotta make sure it's like really covered in darkness to sell this point. And this part is probably going to be just regular dark. And we'll have simple shading right here. I think this will be shaded like this. Alright, I think that does a pretty good job. Oh, I didn't actually do this tiny part. Let's try and get that part. Does not need to be spectacularly shaded, just teensy tiny bit. I think that solves the point pretty well. Now I just gotta repeat it on her. This one should be a lot more simple because it's mainly got a lot more simpler edges to work with. Maybe an additional layer to sell the shadows, I think. Yep, I think that drives it home pretty well. Alright, that's that part settled. We have a few more bits to do before we can completely wrap this one up though. We mainly need to take care of a little bit of an issue. Right here. We need to mainly sell the concept of it being like sunset-y at most parts, but then you have the shadows. Wow, that's probably not my best decision. You know what? Back that up before it's too late. No! It is too late! Dang it. I refuse. Okay, we'll just blend that with, no, not peppers. Anything but peppers. Let's just do this the smart way. We'll kind of blend it with this so it looks more in line with the rest of the... That looks totally more convincing. Don't you guys agree? Totally more convincing. No one would ever know I fucked up. No one will ever know. And let's kind of give it a extra planty vibe, I hope. Okay, that does not work. We'll have to merge. Merging visible layers. There we go. I don't think anything else needs to be said about this image. In fact, I just kind of want to leave it as is. I think that is the most gorgeous landscape I have ever done. Period. I am quite proud of that. Okay now, because this is totally awesome and I don't like to be boring, I'm going to let you guys enjoy that as your AFK screen while I take care of exporting this and shouting this out to everyone that I just completed it. So I will be right back once I've put this on DeviantArt and a few other websites, and have naturally also scaled this down and stuff for the game project and stuff like that. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, before I go back into AFK mode, I'm going to copy the link into the chat below. So if you want to check this design out personally, you can go to my DeviantArt and follow the link. It'll be right there for you. I will also have the links to all the art I did today in the description below. If I don't put it there, please remind me. I will do it at the earliest convenience. Now I'm going to be AFK again, but not for very long. I need to go ahead and set up the next image to work on. I just need to decide which one I want to work on. And I think I'm going to do the hunter and the thief one this time. So I will be right back with the next design for today. But until then, oh, you've been seeing a really small version of it. Sorry, let me zoom back in on it so you guys can see the action. Well, since I'm actually going to be doing setup work for next one, I will just put up the regular one this time. I am back, and we are getting started once again with another design. Now, you may be wondering, where is this design you speak of? I only see a blank canvas. That would be because we need to fit canvas to layers. And now we zoom out because it got really big, really fast. Now we're going to transform this like so. This is our next design, which, like I said at the beginning of the stream, is exactly like the other. It'll be a little bit different. Oh, I am live actually right now. Let's see. Threshold. Okay, that should be good. What do I need to do? First, hit that layer, new layer, and hi Autoria, welcome to the stream. Add a full channel. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's you. There we are. Okay, is there anything I might need to fix? No, this is looking like pretty sturdy artwork today. Thank goodness. I do not like working on line art that's messed up. Okay. So as before, I'm going to have to make a custom landscape, but I want to do it differently from I want to do the landscape differently each time so it's not literally the same thing all over again. So I believe we want it to be like this. This will be the ocean, as per before. Or landscape, I don't know. Maybe we'll do landscape because this is the hunter and thief combo. Where would they be? I don't traditionally do much drawing on digital mediums still, but I am learning to do backgrounds a bit more. I think they would just be on. Yeah, so I guess it's just gonna be an ocean one, but maybe like a slightly different variation. Let's go for that for now. No, not like that. That's no natural cliff ever, I think. Slight inclines, yes. Dramatic drop-offs into insanity, I don't think so. Well, there are some, but goodness, listen to me ramble. So how are you doing? And to spice things up, we'll have a floating island thing up here. Just because. Okay, so we have our sky, we have that. And I'll draw a bush instead of a tree this time. Because why not? Alright. So let's get started on our colors again. That's true. I personally just use tablet for coloring and maybe backgrounds. Now for this sky, we're gonna have more of a purple color because this is kind of more like a brink oriented area. I should have done that with the first one, but I kind of wanted to go for a less serious approach. See how that looks. No, we're not doing that. We'll do that for the normal sky, but we might do something a little bit extra for. Not quite how I want it, so we'll change that back. I keep forgetting to change my settings back to normal when I do these. There we go, that's a little bit better. Okay. Okay, we're gonna make a new layer real quick so I remember. Sunset layer. Alright. What do you think of the music? Pretty much all this music that you hear is going to be in the game so far. In fact, this is actually the entire soundtrack I'm using as my playlist for now. Now we can get started on the sunset. I believe it was a red color we went with. Yeah, probably about this. I think I did this as well. I don't know. We'll see how it looks when I actually do the radical though. Oh yeah, I need to select the inverse so I do this right. Let's say about here, do this. Yeah, we don't want actual rainbow, so no, it's not that one. Did I use like a custom one? Can't remember. I don't think it was that one. Did I use the custom ones? Well, I don't remember. I think I did something. Let's see. I think it might have been a lot darker. Let's see, is that it? And I'm doing it on the wrong layer again. What's wrong with me? Let's do this. I'm not quite sure that's what I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and see if this makes a difference though. I don't remember how I did the last one actually. What I don't want is a rainbow effect. Maybe something like this. That could work. Okay, I think we can manage something with this. Just depends on how it works with the last part. Let's do this now. Sorry if I ramble a lot. Let's see. Can't tell if that actually works. Well, something along that lines. Sunset, sunrise, that kind of thing. Kind of works, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that the skies would be influenced by the brink, which would have been around at this time that this image is being shown. Let's see, I need you to be about this size. Yep, this should do fine. So it would be a sunrise, just not in a normal sense, I think. Or sunset, either one works, really. It can be interpreted, I guess. The brink would have been a very pretty but very dangerous kind of sight to behold, I guess. It would create really pretty environmental stuff like this, probably, but it also would have been very unfortunate to live around. People would have grown up knowing a purplish, bluish sky instead of a pure blue one. So maybe this is kind of how it would look like, I don't know. I do a lot of concept art for the brink, but it never always works out. Really just depends on the day. Alright, now for the top half. The brushes work alright with me on GIMP, usually. It has its moments where I wish I had better options, but it works pretty well for me usually. Yeah, it's the one program I definitely would recommend for new really new artists. If there was a program to suggest for newcomers, it would definitely be this program. Doesn't cost anything, it has generally good tools to work with. Except when that happens. Let me skip forward on this one and remove it. Really not supposed to be there. I'm gonna figure something else for that song out. I think how I want to do this one is maybe light up the edges and have the others be really dark. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Have this part be really dark by comparison. I mainly do a lot of experimental stuff instead of full-blown professional ideas. That makes no sense to me. I do both, actually. I compose battle music, but I am absolutely atrocious at calm music. So half of the music you're hearing is either mine or someone by the name of Eric Matyes. I want to say that's how you pronounce the last one, the last part of his name. I do a collaboration effort essentially with my music because I know I'm terrible with calm, collected music. So I'd rather have. And the thing is, I want to actually have him do the music officially. It's more like free music that I use from his library of songs. It's all free for commercial use too, so you can have a lot of variations and stuff. He's like over 1,000 songs, which is like huge. Like this kind of sounding stuff is the stuff that he makes. But earlier on, some of my music was playing. Mainly most of the actual boss themes and stuff is stuff that I compose. I like to have a little bit of personal touch to it. So a little bit of both is what I would say. Oh, I just failed on that one. It's like none. Oh, this is the last one I worked on, by the way, just so you can see what I'm kind of going for with the overall color schemes and stuff. Okay, that's no. Oh, that's why it's doing it. I was confused. See, this is the why it's doing it that time. I'm confused. It's not Oh, I'm a derp. That explains what was going on. Okay, that explains what was going on. Thanks for the comment. Watching the next design, a couple of designs I make after that be like absolutely horrible in terms of depth and stuff, and I go right back to the beginning. That seems to happen a lot with my stuff. By the time we just merge this later, I think. Yeah, I remember that's how you make some of your magic effects. I'll get back to the background in a second. I want to get to work on these characters now. Okay, I need to interpret this a little bit. Whenever I try to go for something magical, what I'll do is I'll use this Sparks brush right here to like... Oh, that's not going to do anything. I like to use this kind of effect for magic, and then do little different effects with it. I like the way this looks in terms of making magic effects. It works a lot for me. It's one of my favorite effects on the Fang, if you didn't notice. The Fang. You are really great with words, Axis. Probably about that skin color is what we want. Actually, a little bit darker, I think, would be okay with her. There we go, that's more like it. Now I think this is where... Okay, I need to double check this, so I'm not totally crazy. Yep, that's the right place to put it. Actually, know what I'm doing. Keep that out. Keep that out so I can see and reference it. Alright, so if I remember... Well, I have to actually look at it. So that's going to be like a tan color on the shirt. Much lighter tan. There we go. Let's see, where is this on the playlist? We're still going through the playlist. Good lord. We're probably on the bottom half of the playlist at the moment. What color did I use for his coat? Yeah, it's a really dark brown, that's what I thought it was. So darker than that, so like this color I think. I know what you mean. I've seen a couple of your magic circles and stuff, so I know kind of how that works. Okay, I'm assuming that's his skin. It's going to be more like a paler color. And I think that's a yellow, so we'll just use this again. And finally, we'll just use a gray, because that's the color I use for that. I'm currently trying to learn how to make my own animations in RPG Maker at this time. I don't use palettes. I just generally do it from memory or such. That's typically how I try and do it. I'm not that organized. I never remember to be that organized, at least. So what I'll do is I'll just generally reference the same kind of colors. I generally have a good memory, but if I can't remember the exact color, I'll look up a image. So they may have a slight color difference from image to image, but they'll generally stay within the same color schemes. Yeah, it's tough going learning those, but I'm kind of having fun with them. I don't think that's good enough. probably twinge more right here. Helps to look color. There we go. My first animation in RPG Maker was meteor. Well, meteors. They're not the best in the world, unfortunately. It would be nice to say, hey, I made an awesome meteor animation. No, it's just subpar. Don't even know if I'm gonna have that as an actual spell. Probably just a lot later. Sounds a bit restrictive, but I guess you gotta work with what you have. Of course, back then they probably had a lot more memory issues to keep a hold of. There we go. I think she's good to go. Now it's just time to work on him. Anyway, what I'm working on essentially is a lot of story animations, really. Axis. These are not animations by any stretch of the imagination. I am working on cutscenes for the player character's story along with their companion character you you create at the start of the game. I felt it would be a good idea to touch on it at some point, so I'm trying to do it now before I forget. To really get into detail with it. I mean, I like messing around with events in RPG Maker and all, but I also like to have a little bit of interesting imagery to go along with it, I should say. Having just pixelated people just bores me a little bit after a while, so I like to mix up the imagery. That said, I could never probably do pixel art on my own. It's something I'm not good at, and I've personally tried it a few times. That's that done. That's another thing I hate, when zoom in works like that. There we go. Okay, so the last thing I'm gonna work on before I do final touch-ups is... What am I doing? That song. Oh, this song is so funny. I enjoy it way too much. Good times. Whoop, hold on there. Honestly, one of the things that bothers me is I have so many songs at this point that I feel like I need to cut down on some because there's too many in my files, in my personal opinion at least. Sure, they're nice to listen to, but do I really need this many songs? I'm only keeping around most of the songs because I don't know what I am going to use some of them for yet. But I feel like I should use some of them. I don't know. One day I'll sort out my songs a little bit. Don't do that, Axis, please. I think that's pretty good. It does have like commands and stuff, but I can't be bothered sometimes to do them. I'm too used to Photoshop kind of settings, like I would just use Control Select and stuff, but it does that instead of other things. I don't know, it's frustrating sometimes. I don't know how many songs I have on the track, but it's almost too excessive at this point. In my mind. I'm definitely going to double down on stuff again, because I actually had to make a list of what I needed and what I didn't. Currently my game is a good couple hours in terms of gameplay time, but it's still toward the beginning of the game, not the end. Oh good lord, that's... no. Calm yourself. Okay, maybe I should shrink this down like so. I hate when that happens. Chill out, game. Really, GIMP. My mind is not on all 4 cylinders, I'll tell you that. Let me try this, just to see how it looks by comparison. Kinda like this better. Yeah, I like this look. Are we speaking of the ROM hack one, or is it related to your Eden story stuff? Because I know you did an Eden game, I just forget which one it was and what it was called. Shadow Hex Legacy or that was probably not it, but something similar to that, I think it was called. Sorry if I'm butchering the name and stuff, it's been too long. Okay. I seriously think these are going to be some of the best cutscenes I've worked on for my game in a while. Let's see though. Is there anything else I can do with you? Just want to cover my bases. Let's see, lighting effect. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this just real quick. Thanks. Sadly, I have to do cutscenes like this 2 more times this stream. Well, I don't have to, I just want to get them done today. I'm hoping to get started on actually implementing all these cutscenes and stuff sometime next week. I don't think I'll be able to get it all done tomorrow, which would be the deadline for getting all the work for this week done. I'm also doing weekly update videos to try and get my channel more active. I have, let's see, I have to do male mage and female fighter and male hunter and female thief for the next 2. Those 2 I actually drew. My girlfriend's doing these 2 ones. I'm gonna try to vary up the scenery so it's not all the same boring stuff though. Alright, so now that I got this done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to export it and shout out to all my social media real quick about this new image. Once I do, and while I'm doing that, I'll be AFK. briefly, then I'll be setting up with the next image, and the stream will continue from there. But until then, I'll be AFK, but I'll still be kind of hanging around, so if you have a question, I'll answer in chat. And I'll give you guys a lovely image of... I'll zoom in as best as I can, like sit right here. And we'll have this as the AFK image for today. I am back, and it is time to do the next one. Now let me make sure to leave the AFK this time. Because every single time that I have done a live stream thus far in the past couple of days, I have neglected one key thing. Turning off the AFK at some point and making myself look like an absolute fool. So let's not do that today. Alright, next one. This is various iterations of them sitting on some kind of hill. Yeah, exciting, I know. And like before, I had to come up with some way to not make it the same, but still technically being the same. Obviously, I did not do the line art right this time. Let me guess. Thou art not happy with my cropping skills. That's fine. It's fine. There we go. Thank you. No, I don't want this to be called the sunset layer. This is going to be the background layer. Trying to protect me, huh? Oh, I guess that works too. Okay then. It still outfoxed me. Gosh darn it. Humiliated by my own computer. What is this world coming to? Okay, now what am I going to do? Can I still be creative after I've done the same scene 2 times? Well, there's always a first time for everything. Okay, gonna need to be skipping that one. No, removing it from the list. It's still working its way down the list. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it, it's a long list. Okay. Is this any better? I'd prefer it to be a little bit longer. Or wider, I mean. Okay. How am I going to do this? Is it running slow or something? Oh yeah, like I was trying to explain before, these are kind of basically part of the main character's storyline with their companion character. When you first start the game, you only know them as some random person, but this is to help you understand who they actually are in relation to the main character. The companion character, which is like, I guess this one compared to this one or something, or it could be either one actually, but essentially the companion character will be like a spiritual guide of some nature. They are very useful for dealing with the threat of the enigmatic character named Death, essentially. But in the past life that you knew them, they were a friend or colleague of some description, and so it's going to explain the history between the characters. The 2 designs before the ones I'm doing today, hold on, I need to pause this so I can clear my head. The last 2 designs before the ones I started today, the Hunter and Thief one and the Young Mage one, were also designs meant to explain the history a little bit. So that's kind of what's going on. It's basically just a series of images to help explain some of the relationships and story. So that's why these four are also similar. Alright, that's better. Now I can hear myself think. Same, I'm actually not very good with cityscapes. Yeah, Modern City is what I was gonna say as well. Those are just not very good for me, at least. I try to shy away from them if I can. Alright, so we're doing this again. We're doing this again. Select, invert, and now we're going to try to do the sunset again, and hopefully it will turn out right. Is this what I did before? I can't remember. Let's try it. I'm starting to think that I didn't do it that way. Okay then. Maybe I could leave it like this, actually? I could have a moon scene, I guess. I could definitely do that. Alright. I can see that maybe working. Yeah, I can run with that. Alright. Just wasn't sure if that's what I wanted to do. Might do might add a tiny hint of the Brink's influence in this area though. Of course, I botched it again. No radicals this time, please. Doing? Oh, that's why. There we go, that's what I wanted. Yeah, I would imagine. I do not know what the best way to do the brink is going to be. Let's try bristles and run with it for now. Alright, let's do something like this and see if that works. not too terribly bad. Let's kind of flesh it out with a little bit of this, though. Alright, I think that works. This time I'm going to have a very light amount of particle effects, hopefully in the sky overall. Keep it kind of mellowed out a bit more. Let's do this. Of course I didn't get all of it. Now, can we please? Oh, of course you would. Thank you. Go away, you little midgets. Alright. So I assume this is a continuation of your previous attempt at the story? Because I know that particular character was a villain in a previous game of yours, but you discontinued that for a while. Alright, I think I did pretty good with that. Now, before I forget, I need to make sure I color that spike. So let's do that. It's never enough for you, huh? Goodness, settle down, you silly zoom button. That's interesting. Okay, then apparently there's some really interesting things you can do with this engine if you really know what you're doing. I, of course, do not know. Interesting effect. It's almost like a glow. Don't know how I would reproduce it. Okay, so same engine, or you... Oh wait, I think you said you were working on it in the ROM hack? Or is the... Oh wait, is the ROM hack and that separate? Sorry. What on earth are you doing? Evidently, that's not going to work like before. So I guess I will just go back to traditional terrain coloring techniques. Wow, it is really not darkening. Okay, maybe I should just pause for a moment. And just flatten these layers. Okay. I was getting thoughts on what I would like for dinner. Yeah, I was trying to darken it, but it had something to do with the the different layers I was using. Like the gradients and stuff were kind of messing with things a bit, so I couldn't do it like I normally would, so I had to merge all of the different layers down so I could actually work on the appropriate colors and texture stuff. Even though I probably got to deal with some extra bullcrap now because I merged layers. I really love RPG Maker MV though. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm already so far into the game, I would have already switched to that engine to do this. That's how awesome MV is for me. If it wasn't for the fact that I was already so far into things, I would have already just made the switch. My future games, though, are definitely going to be in MV because I really love some of the stuff in that. I personally think it's really good. Yeah, same. Now the only problem is something that you just said actually touches on my problem with that engine. Some of the, quote, really big looking monsters in the actual, like the pixel monsters that you can put on the map, they look absolutely teeny tiny in some cases. I love that character. She's a lot of fun to read on. I hope you do get to make something with her in it. That would be fun to see. This is probably the single greatest floating island concept I have ever drawn. Like, I'm seriously making milestones with every design I'm doing today for some reason. It's crazy. I need to use this one more often for landscapes. What am I doing? I mean, look at that. That looks great. Well, to me at least. Maybe it's rubbish to someone else, but I think it looks amazing right now. Thank you. Honestly, I just don't know what the heck I'm actually doing half the time, so when I actually score like this, I usually am amazed by my own progress as anyone else is. It's like, how did I accomplish this? Someone pinched me. I did not just make this. Sometimes it's kind of a similar story for me, actually. Last one I think needs to be kind of a whitish color, maybe? Maybe I could do something brink with this one. Yeah, I think I'll try this. And yet again, the zoom tool strikes. Seriously, chill out. Alright, now we can actually work on the ocean. There we go. Now to my favorite. You little turkey. Quit taunting me. I know you're taunting me, so stop it. Let's skip that horror song. How about that? Yeah, let's go with more positive this time. I don't need to creep everyone else out. I forget that one's in there. New layer. Now we're gonna make ourselves a little moon. I want the features to be really small though. So we're gonna go with just say something like this. I have no idea how to make a planetoid. That'll work. Sort of. Maybe? Yep, that works. Totally fine. Totes mine. Thank you. Now it's time to just hopefully get this to smudge properly. Stop! How many times have I done that this stream? I'm definitely curious. Thanks, I was honestly just going nuts. It's one of those things, I'm just doing it on sheer accident. I don't know how I'm actually achieving it. It's the crazy part about it. These past few designs have probably been the best examples of Brink scenery I can think of. The ones that look nice, anyway. Yeah, it can lag if you go too crazy, though. So you gotta make sure you don't go nuts with it. Kinda have to treat it with respect, I guess. Like, if you make it exceptionally giant and stuff, then it freaks out and it doesn't know how to compute right anymore. Well, I say that in a wrong way, but there's one that I know never to use. It's Galaxy and Galaxy Small, or whatever it's called. Those ones just do not work right at big scale. It just lags the crap out of itself. I wouldn't say lag necessarily, more like it just moves at a snail's pace after a moment. And the smudge is best used, I'm finding, probably using the pen, depending on how experienced you are with it, because sometimes I will not like where something's going and I'll just switch to my mouse out of habit. So it works in general with mouse and so on and so forth. All that time was spent just on the background. Gosh darn it. Let's see. What was her hair? Gotta remember what her hair was. Let's look that up. So I ended up giving her a bit of a purplish hue to her. Let's see, can I find it? It's a purple with nah. It's right on the border, I think. I think that's the color we're looking for her hair. Then what's his hair? His is just straight out black purple color. We'll go really dark with his. Then one side of his, actually, yeah, we'll just leave it like that. Yeah, that works. No, don't you even start that with me, Gimp. I know what you're doing. Stop. Yeah, okay. That's what color I thought it was. And then I distinctly remember the blue. Gotta find it. I think it's this color. No, and it's... Is it? No, it's just on the... Yep, that's the one I'm thinking of. I think we'll do a brown color for it. Like, yeah, I think like this is good. And she's definitely not a Majorian type, so we'll give her this kind of skin color. And then kind of this kind of color. Okay, there we go. That would drive me up the wall. What am I thinking of here? Oh, that's right, I'm a dumb butt. I think we are still going down the soundtrack list after all this time. Goodness me. That's just proof right there. It's so ridiculously long. It's not even a finished game yet. This one is these goodness, I cannot speak today. These characters that you see are actually ones that I drew instead of my girlfriend this time around. We kind of take turns doing some of the work, I guess you could say. We generally have a similar style, so it doesn't look too distracting in most cases. Some people may not even notice if they're not paying attention. It really just depends. I'll usually try to get her to do this stuff because I am not the most comfortable with doing full body designs. That's not my forte. I'm actually curious, have I actually really explained to you in detail what the brink is? Because I know I talk about it, but I don't think I may have explicitly stated outright what it really is, or how it works and all that jazz. Or what its relevance is. I'm pretty sure I've only kind of touched on it. I'm not sure if I clarified it at most. Yep, we're at the very bottom now. So, the brink is kind of like a plane of existence, while at the same time being an element. It's the term means multiple things at once, but typically when someone speaks of the brink, in this case they're referring to the realm in general. What the realm essentially operates on two different modes, I guess. You have the realm kind of brink, and then you have the elemental kind of brink. And they kind of just coexist, essentially. But brink is essentially the physical manifestation of extreme amounts of chaos, in a sense. And typically can be used as a form of magic. But it essentially also acts like antimatter. So imagine what contacting a planet would do to it. It would go completely haywire, essentially. So the reason why you see those floating islands and stuff is kind of because that was once part of the planet before it got blown up by the brink, being contact of it. Brink is essentially like a virus that expands throughout the universe at cataclysmic speeds. As a realm, it functions that way, but it also kinda... how to explain it? It's controlled by the Mad One, Apophis. I need to gather my thoughts, actually. Think of it as... okay, so think of it as the chaotic form of all quintessence in a way that is completely unstable and cannot be controlled for very long, if at all. And what quintessence is the energy that composes all things, including all other kinds of energy and all kinds of matter. Essentially, nothing can exist without quintessence. Souls are made of it, energy is made of it, matter is made of it, planets, everything. Even the primordials are made of quintessence, but they're the creator of it. Yeah, when the Brink comes into contact with things, it just destroys it, usually. If it weren't for godly interventions, the entire world would have been just annihilated with no trace of it left. But thanks to certain interventions, the people were able to save bits and pieces of it that, in the lore, is called domains. When the Mad One is defeated, though, the whole planet is reconnected and stuff, but it undergoes a major metamorphosis. And we call the new world after that the Primeval Era, the third one at least. There's 3 different eras in the timeline. The first Primeval Era was during the Age of the Gods, essentially, the Age of Immortal Beings, before mortals really had much of a place in the world. It was destroyed when that age came to an end when the Titans and the gods and the Daedra all clashed with each other. And this broke up the huge empires of Daedra and allowed mortal beings to come into existence through de-evolution and stuff. The second era came to an end during the Brink Crisis, like this timeline right here, when the Mad One was defeated and all of creation was completely reset and reorganized because of the sheer burst of chaos from his defeat and stuff. The third Primeval Era is the modern era of the world, essentially. I say modern as in the current times, not literally a modern age. But yeah, Brink is something you do not fool around with. Like, ever. Unless you want to cause problems. For everyone else. It has its own unique monsters and abominations and whatnot, but it is more focused on just absolute destruction of everything. And the reason why Apophis unleashed it in the first place was he hates creation as it is. The primordial that allowed the current state of existence to come into being in the first place, Eumepharel, shaped the universe in such a way that things were orderly and pristine. They never really changed. There's no such thing as continual change and whatnot. Apophis, being the primordial of chaos, thinks everything should be fleeting, instantaneous, and disappearing in moments of each other existing. Essentially, no form, no stability, none of that. Anyway, this differential in views is what led Apophis to try and recreate things his way, the way he feels like it should be. He kind of believes in creatures without form. He's not necessarily opposed to life, as he's the one who created it in the first place, but he wants it in his terms, without any cooperation. And most importantly, of course, he wants to get back at Human Feral for showing him up, essentially. He has to be right. It's essentially his problem. And speaking of that plot point of invincibility, technically Apophis is invincible and cannot actually be defeated, but there's a few loopholes I have in place. When the time is right, I'll get to that. There we go, that's kind of what I was looking for when I was originally doing this. There we go, that's a little bit more brinkish. No, silly goose. There we go. Thank you. Okay. The art looks usually in overall typical terms for you, I think. Okay, scale image. 650, 100, scale. Export as. Where are you this time? Your sunset, we'll go with number 3. Okay, I think dinner's here. And if it is, I'm probably going to take a break from the stream. I'm not going to quit the stream, I think, but I'm going to at least have a dinner break, and then I will finish the last one. But it's probably going to be a little bit longer than my other one, my other break at least. So I probably am going to leave pretty quickly to go check. So I'm going to go ahead and put this AFK screen up, and I'll be back with you, hopefully not too far from now. Okay then, I guess I forgot to leave the music on. Apologies for that. I'm back. And this will be the last of these wretched clone images. Hopefully. Very hopefully. Anyway, time to get back to work. Now this is going to be the last one I do in terms of duplicate images, but thankfully I do have at least one more game-related design I'd like to do and hopefully get out of the way. So I might do it if I have enough of a second wind left in me. Oh, there you are. Okay, and ha ha ha, I caught you this time, AFK number, really? Oh, and here's where my music starts now, by the way. Well, it's one of my songs starting. It's around where my music actually starts playing, and in the soundtrack. Anyway, so in regards to character roster, I have a number of preset characters you can have, but I'm still working on that number. Right now there are 8 designs, 4 for each class, and there are 4 classes, so... actually, let me start that again. There are 4 classes, and each has a male and a female variant. And currently, there's only the human race, but I am working on the elven race. So, when it all is said and done, if I add the elven race, I will have 16 possible character choices you can have, which is obscene. And they're all going to have different things. They're not just like an elven reskin of the human female mage, for example. So you'll have a whole bunch of different options in terms of how you want to appear. And what classes you want to play. Well, not really. I think elf will simply have the same kind of classes as humans. I'm not in the mood to be too creative with classes, because I'm already having to balance some severely annoying things already, so I'd rather not make any more than 4 classes that you can actually play as. There are more classes that NPCs have, but as for actual total number of classes you can play, there are only 4 you can actually play, but there will be a whole crap ton of different races, hopefully, in the future. Right now, I only have 2. I'm considering 2 more races, because that's as many choices as you can be offered in RPG Maker XP. And I don't know what those 2 races are going to be yet, is the problem. I'm still kind of debating that, and it's going to be a long time before I come to a consensus on that. If I had the full number of character races, it would be around, I think, 32 possible variations. This is just me spitballing, essentially, though. I may just keep with just the 2-player race thing for now, because I don't have very strong ideas that could transition well into RPG Maker itself. So while I want to do more races, I'm just going, would it make sense for an RPG Maker game to have these kind of races? In Neverwinter Nights they worked out because, well, scripting magic, but in the case of my game, am I going to be able to do that? And I'm kind of going, not really. As much as I want more races, I kind of think I need to limit my options a little bit more. Keep it a little bit more simple for now. What I would like to do is eventually move to 3D and therefore be able to introduce said races and stuff as playable ones, but that'll be later, I think. It just really depends. Forgot for a moment that that was on another layer. Yeah, that's actually what I was trying to do with that. I was trying to essentially create a multiplayer server and stuff out of Axis of Destruction. I never got to the final phase, actually getting it online, mainly because it got so big that my computer just crashed and blue screen of death on me. So I literally could not finish the game no matter how many times I tried. So it was really never meant to be, I guess. I got too ambitious and greedy in terms of scale. Sadly. And this game all over again. Trying to come up with a... Please do not do that to me. Okay, good. No, stop it. But yeah, my original iteration of the world I've been talking about was actually a multiplayer based thing. It just never really took off because I was a dumb butt. Not realizing that there was limitations to my hardware. And this was just like one-off crash or anything. This was like many different crashes at many different times and stuff. I would get quite close and then, nope, no cigar. That might explain that. Let's switch it up. Do 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 do. We should be getting to my songs not too long from now. Like a couple more songs and then we'll be in my compositions territory. What am I doing? Is it the same as before? And I'd also be lying if I said I haven't thought about recreating the MMO version of the game at some point. But at this point, I'm kind of like, I have way too much to do between now and then. I might as well focus on small-scale, simpler games. I don't need to be making MMOs. I need to be making games that are actually realistic to expectations and ability. I'm not a coder. I'm not going to pretend to be one. And I definitely don't have the money to host such a monster of a world. With me, I love to tell both story and go and do some crazy mechanics at the same time. If I'm not doing something fun with the game, I'm probably not doing it right. So while I do focus a lot on the story, I also remember, hey, this is a game. It should be enjoyable and it should be fun. Let's try to make it that way, or at least have an interesting concept. Shattered Realms is kind of inspired by a number of different things. And let's remove you from the playing list. Sorry, buddy. That's something I actually have done in my game as well. I make it so that you can actually see and anticipate the vast majority of your enemies. The ones that you cannot anticipate are typically going to be ones that are lying in wait for you or something. Or ones that will chase you or something like that. The inspiration of my particular world comes from both Neverwinter Nights and World of Warcraft. Those were the two big ones in my youth, really. I say youth like I'm an old person, I'm not by any means. But what I mean by that is when I was younger, that was all I really paid any attention to story-wise, and that's kind of what shaped my imagination early on. Things like battlegrounds, stuff like that, I incorporated into my multiplayer world with inspirations from WoW, trying to come up with unique and interesting scenarios and events and such. There was a lot going on back then. And back then it was more of a WoW ripoff in some cases. And at some points I even had it being connected to D&D's world, but I have since then completely removed any ties with both franchises. For obvious reasons. I don't want to be called, you know, I don't want to get copyright sued. So now it's a whole new mythos and stuff. They get us all. They will get us all. There we go. I think I like that. This is actually a theme of Apophis you're hearing right now. Well, it's more like a version of his theme. Well, it's a remix of the main antagonist's theme, only it's for Apophis, is what I meant to say. It's not literally his theme specifically, but it's a theme that plays in a special boss fight with a remnant of his power. It's called Cosmic Anomaly. And also, sorry if it is repetitive. I actually took inspiration from that sketch you did for his Madwen form. If you remember, I thought the helmet holes looked like eyes, and I suggested making them that way. I actually took the inspiration from that and made him have actual eyes in that design and style. And it actually has helped me actually nail down an actual design of him several times now. So that one design has been really helpful. I'll actually link the one that I got the inspiration in for. This design right here is the one that was inspired by that sketch. And that's kind of what his essence looks like, in a sense. Let's try the leaf design this time. I wonder if that will work out. Let's try. I'm wondering if you can detect the differences between mine and Eric's music yet. I'm pretty sure you can figure it out now. Trust me, there's a lot better ones coming. I'm thinking this was not the best one to choose in terms of brushes. It's kind of lackluster. Okay, before I get too crazy, I need to actually do the hair colors and stuff now. This one is gonna need to be a little bit darker. Come on. If I remember correctly, he's Majorian. That's what I'm going to assume. I remember that. Apparently he's not Majorian. And his was definitely a lot more gray. Oh well, making it black today. And there's my first mistake of the day. And I remember that was a red one, so I'm gonna do red. As you can probably tell, I have a very interesting composition style. We'll leave it at interesting. Trying to decide how I want to approach this one. Go with maybe that for her shirt. Then her skin's gonna be really pale. Some of these ones are good, some of them are meh. It really just depends, I guess. Okay, what was that one? Okay, so it's red again. Okay, good. And another mistake. There we go. I think my cat wants out. Oh, wait a bit, to make sure. Yep, he's making his way to the door. I'll have to let him out. Oh. Well, that was good for so much of the day. It was only natural that a fly would come in here and ruin it. It seems every live stream, or rather every day, there's a fly in here and he likes to make mischief. Thank you. Well, he saw himself out. At least I don't have to get up now. Don't you love creepy crawlies messing with your day when you're just trying to do a live stream? They are the worst. I am not familiar with coloring people from the back rather than the front. This should be interesting. Maybe I should just go for simple coloring instead of advanced, detailed coloring. Probably would be a good idea. So what do you think of the music overall? That's actually my compositions at least. And don't worry, I'm not gonna get mad if you don't like it. Oh. This particular song is called Power Beyond Knowing. One that's playing right now. It has a few variations like the Cosmic Anomaly theme. Actually, this is more specifically the choir version of Power Beyond Knowing. The normal version is the electronic one, which you'll hear probably right after this is finished. Yeah, this is the normal theme. This is one of my favorite ones, and it's actually the first soundtrack I made for it. This theme in particular is the theme of Death, the main antagonist for this story. For the overall arcing storyline of Shattered Realms as a whole, though, he's kind of like a minor footnote in terms of what's out there. Originally, this theme was meant more for Apophis, but as his appearance kind of got delayed and pushed back because I had to change my expectations of how big this game was going to get, I eventually made this Death theme instead, and it's kind of stuck. This is probably just like a generic boss. Well, not necessarily a boss theme, it's more like a mini-boss or normal boss theme. It's not a specific character theme, I think. This is a plan for it. I mean, you fight Red Knight with this theme, but it's not her theme in particular. Her themes were actually playing not too long ago. One of which was actually the one you suggested would be a dungeon or ancient forbidden land kind of theme. course, I do the radical thing again, instead of, you know, the actual thing I'm supposed to do. Of course I would do that. There we go. And finally, I am done. Done with these stupid cutscenes. As pretty as these look, I am glad to be done with these ones. Time for something special, I guess. Okay. Okay, I am skipping forward because I'm getting done with that. This is also one of Dev's themes, by the way. And we are done with that. Yes! Okay. Now, it's actually time for something different. I'm going to be doing an actual character design that is not far away and is actually involving a lot more concentration than drawing mountains and various lakes. Let me go scan this one. This last one, though, is probably going to be the literal last one I do. As my head is starting to hurt from the stupid headset. Alright, this is the last one I'm doing for today. I've already gotten plenty done. This is just me having a bit of fun with my time now. This is not one that contributes anything to the story, I think. Though I will be possibly needing a design like this, so I might keep it in mind as one to use in the game. But it's not directly intended to be for the game. More like concept art. This is a party member who can also turn villain if you do the wrong things in the game. Wait, I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to make that blue. Oh, and that's a girl. Just so you know. I don't know how many times people have said boy. But her name is Eskar. Okay, so it's this one we want to color blue. Now this is where we get our fun with purple eyes. Anyway, she is not a normal human. She is a half-elf. She's kind of had the bad end of... What's a good way to put it? Life has essentially thrown her in a dumpster, is how I would describe her life. Oh, crap. Just remembered I did not crop that. And we are skipping you again, Utaquera. Sorry. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, I think I was explaining details about her. She's the kind of character that just gets completely shat on half the time in the story. And depending on how... so I don't know if I want to give too much away on public streams or whatnot, or if I really care too much. Well, I may as well have already said it a couple of times by now, so I'll at least say this. There's different routes you can take in the game. Essentially different timelines you can go. And let's say there was a default one. Well, there is a default storyline in a sense. It's not... no one... Okay, sorry. Every single storyline that you can encounter in the game is canon, meaning that whatever story you encounter is mainly just your point of view. It does not reflect canon. Am I making any sense? The story mainly depends on what you value in the story. Like, if you think it's canon, it's canon. What you do in the story is canon, no matter what you happen to do. There's going to be a whole bunch of routes the story takes, depending on your actions just on this game alone. Let's say the default route was Eskar's... I am just terrible with explaining myself. Okay. So, what the overall story... Okay, for... man, this is so difficult to explain. In the technical normal storyline, Eskar becomes a villain because her friends are murdered by the main character through stuff I won't really go into because that kind of spoils the game. But you do some... you kill her friends for a very specific reason. But... I don't know, it's hard to explain. Essentially, she just goes bad because life is really, really rotten to her. That's all I'll really say about Eskar. But you can befriend her. In fact, I typically choose to befriend her because she's a healer and you kind of need them in the game. So I guess that's how I explain it today. I'll probably do better next time, though. Probably want to make that a little bit more white. Don't want her teeth to be gray. There we go. What I will say about Eskar overall, though, is she has a lot of potential in the story and a lot of influence on some of the events. I won't say in what ways, but she can connect to some really major plot lines if you don't ruin her day. Beyond simply, she wants you dead kind of story. Like, you can get into some really complex storylines if you don't get her friends killed. Interesting. Anyway, Eskar has a lot of secrets and stuff about her. And one very particular secret about her is, do you see this kind of aura she has around her? This is Brink energy you're seeing. And let me just say, people who can use Brink energy is very rare. So there's a no-win situation for Adina then? Judging from that statement. Anyway, yeah, what you're seeing right here is Brink energy. She was taught how to do it, how to use it by a cult that follows the Brink very closely. So that's how so that's what this aura is, essentially. It's Brink energy. She can control it very well too, unfortunately. Not as much as, say, the Mad One. And unless you're the Mad One, messing with the Brink is going to cause problems eventually. In very, very bad ways. Not necessarily planetary destruction levels, but you'll still regret it at the end of the day. Because if you don't control it, you'll either destroy yourself or destroy the immediate area around you. Or some other horrible thing will happen. Because you're literally wielding chaos at your fingertips in a way that's not meant to be used ever. Brink nowadays is almost completely absent from the universe. You can only find it in very specific locations now. Depending on what areas were corrupted the most by it before the resurrection of the world. But I would say for maybe the first couple hours of the game, like I would say maybe 4 or 5 upward hours, you'll be dealing with stuff related to Eskar, the cult, so on and so forth. They all have their own major relevancies. Please do not select the purple on her clothing. That would be appreciated. You are literally the worst at this. Jeez. There we go. And it still didn't select it, that's good. I think I was using this one. Yeah, it was this one. And I also think this is the one causes a little bit of delay when you mess with it. Yeah, I know it selected it, but I'm not too terribly worried because I'm not going to be doing anything around it. I'd remove it if it... Yeah, I know what the hotkey is to remove it, don't worry about it. I have it under control. If I was worried, I would have already done something about it. Or I just wouldn't have noticed, really. I pay more attention to areas I'm actually working on rather than ones that I'm not. And since I'm not going to really work in that area, I think it'll be fine. But thanks anyway, I know. Anyway, I think that's a pretty good effect for the brink. Yeah, ever since I discovered this particular effect, I kind of wanted to use it more for the brink now. Looks pretty good, I think. Pretty vibrant effect. Purple is also in this particular world of the story, the Oxoran world at least. If you're wearing purple, you're not just wearing a fashion statement, you are basically aligning yourself with chaos, because people have there was such a long history with purple that people just instinctually hate purple. So if you're wearing purple, you'll probably not be on many people's friends list, needless to say. So don't ever wear purple if you want to make friends with people. If that's not the sort of thing you care about, then go right ahead. Some people may not take kindly to it. Yeah, that's how bad the brink was. People just remember that color and get really, really upset. And some people may not even know why, because it's that deeply embedded in people to not like that color. That's why you'll see a lot of the cultists wearing purple also. It's kind of the trademark of chaos at this point. Also, the reason why her eye is this color and this color instead of just both is because she's half elven, and there's a chance for them to develop heterochromia, I think it's called, where they have a human eye and an elven eye, and the elven eye is the one that sees really good. And this elven eye can also probably detect things that human eyes normally can't. This is more me spitballing about what else might be able to do. In regards to vision. But that's why her eyes are that way. Her mom is the elf, her father being the human in the equation. She's actually technically royalty. She's just disowned by the elven people because she's half elven. And her parents are not allowed to meet. Even though she's the queen. Makes no sense, but that's how it is. It's not even the whole majority of the population, it's more like the high-class elite having problems with it. I think that would be the case, at least. I see. Oh, what am I doing? Jeez. I need to be more careful when I'm doing stuff. Ow. Yeah, I'm taking that headset off. Because it's hurting my head, like physically hurting. Ow. Jeez. Probably gonna get a headache after that. So much better. I can only ignore it for so long, then it just becomes unbearable. Right now I'm using Turtle Beach. Man, I'm tired. It's been a long day. Though it's also been a good day, especially considering the live stream's going better than it usually does. Usually no one will ever talk or show up, and I'll just be like, well, this is boring. It's a nice change of pace to have someone to talk to when I'm doing this. And not just half-heartedly talking when you're alone, kind of talking. I mean, like actually talking to someone. I do not believe that's what color I selected. Thank you for playing anyway. Gosh darn it. Stop! Why is it doing this to me? Stop being mean. before I forget, I need to do this. Not that close. You cannot possibly go any faster, can you? There we go. Stop doing that. Okay, progress made. It just occurred to me that I've been using terms like Majorian, human, off and on the stream, so I think I might as well explain what that is since I have it on my mind. So, if you notice, there's distinctly two kinds of skin colors I've been using lately. Dark skin and, well, lighter skin. That's kind of referring to two different human races that exist in the Oxoran world. You have the Majorians, which are dark-skinned humans, and then you have Elevites, which are the light-skinned humankind. The difference between an Elevite and a Majorian has to do with the racial background they have. Majorian humans come from the giant branch of the Daedra family, while Elevites come from the Elven root in general, which kind of explains their name, Elevite, which is a play on the word elf. So essentially, Eskar is half Elevite and half elf. Is how I would explain that. Also, I want to thank you for joining the stream today. In case I haven't already. I typically do streams whenever there is concept art to be made or game assets to be made, so it's really just random when I'll do a live stream. Usually I'll save up a lot of art before I actually do it. That is not the same color and you know it, Gimp. I'm on to you. And your shenanigans. But yeah, like I was saying, I noticed the shenanigans of GIMP, that I'll typically stockpile a couple of designs before I'll actually get into making any designs on a stream. Sometimes I will just record a YouTube video instead of stream. It really just depends on how I feel that day. Because there'll be times where I feel absolutely up for it, and then there'll be times where I just feel like the worst thing ever. So it really just depends on my mood, I guess. Oh, and if you're interested, I actually do have a demo of my game already. I'm still constantly updating it though. Or I'm trying to get it constantly updated. It's my goal, at least. Right now I'm working on the second update for the game, as well as a patch to kind of fix some emergency issues I accidentally caused. I still haven't gotten around to it because I need to get certain amounts of content out before I do that. Why, you little turkey. Now I have to fix that. Gosh darn it. I didn't even notice that happened. But yeah, if that's it. But if my demo is of any interest to you, I could link it in the chat for you. Unless you're too busy, in which I understand. I mean, a lot of people are very busy when I ask them. Is there a website you prefer usually to? Is there like a website you usually? So I have my demo on a couple websites, including GameJolt, Indie Database, Roast My Game, and a few others. Is there any particular website of those would you prefer or know of? I'm a bit that way myself. I tend to iron out any and all bugs I can find, and if there's anything else, well, I'll typically get that in playtesting. But sometimes I'll miss like one thing, and then I'll fix it and get it patched. Still working on a few issues myself. Alright, I'll go ahead and link one then. 1 second. Anyway, just now linking it in the description below. Well, not the description, the chat. I don't know why I said description. It's definitely not the description. Oh, how's your situation with the commissions? Meant to ask you about that. Is things getting any better, or what's going on with that? Yay, she's almost done. Okay. The reason why I mentioned it was kinda I'm pondering possible ideas in case you ever need anything. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I think all I really need to do now is the eyes. Unless there's something cataclysmically wrong I've missed. Since I don't see anything immediately wrong, I think I'll start the last touches. That's cool. Got to see that's making progress. Wish you good luck on that streaming group thing. I guess that's one way to zoom out. That's cool. I think it's important to be part of a group that shares your interests. Okay. There's only one thing I can possibly do with this before I make my mind if it's done or not. Let's see. It doesn't do that much for it this time. Sometimes that works. So let's select the smoothness of this one. Good day. Alright then. Let's see. Anything on my social media real quick. Guess not. Alright. Thanks for hanging out today. Don't think I would have made it this long if it wasn't for someone hanging out. Anyway. I'll probably end it in like a few minutes. So, you know, it's always flattering to get fan art. I'm especially surprised at some of the things you come up with. Like the Kractos, for example. That was a really good one. Anyway, look forward to seeing more art from you. And hope to see you sometime later. Anyway. My name's AoDLegacy. Thanks to everyone for watching. Oh man, the timing on that is so bad. Hi Galactic Nuke, I'm afraid I'm just now ending the stream. Sorry. Kinda missed me. My apologies, I'm just really tired. I'm calling it quit for today. I might do something later though. Thanks for dropping by anyway, though. Always appreciate it. Anyway, I'll see you guys some other time. Bye, everyone.